always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen.
Welcome to my humble abode, the shop of all horror and dread. Please take a seat and enjoy the show, because today we are getting our hands dirty in Vampire the Masquerade Bloodhunt. But first, let me greet my wonderful viewers in the chat. Congratulations, Schmoozer, for being the first. And also thank you for the care package. I mean, I just started the stream, but saying no to a sip of tea just sounds unacceptable. I have cold water. I mean, it is the healthy choice, definitely. My sugary sweet tea is not necessarily something a person should live off of. I'm not sure about monster biology, but hey, I'm still kicking, I think. I'm not much of a sports monster, so I mostly sit and walk. I don't really like running, fun fact. But how are you doing today? I hope this week has been treating you well. I see what you're trying to do. But I don't have it set it up here. I haven't used this screen that much. Maybe I should set it up. Give me a moment. I'm still standing. That's good. Though don't forget to sit down every now and then, just for a bit of a break. Now let me see, can I fix this little problem here? I think I can. I hope I can. A bit of magic here. Live, the beauty of live streaming, you can alter everything while you are streaming. Though you can also pretty much ruin everything at the same time. So great. Now let me see. I need a smaller version fitting here. Now that's not the right position. Let's give some fake head pads to Schmoozer there. Alright, let's go. Yeah, no, not too low. There we go. Problem solved. It seems like I will visit a new planet and start a factory. I hope it will be satisfying. Ooh, you are building a factory. What are you going to produce? Like I always say, it's only professional with problems. Oh yes, problems are constant here. This is rather nice. Alright, enough of that. We have work to do here. Hey. Leave my hood alone. Hey. That's better. Now, where was I? Oh yes. Vampire, the Masquerade. Let me get my controller. Because you see, even though we reached our goal of level 50 in the previous stream, we still have many things to look at. I will produce whatever I need for comfort and to leave the planet again. That's kind of strange. Why would you go to a planet and want to leave it right away? That's not quite logical. Why did you go there in the first place then? Strange. The lore is a crash landing. Oh yes. That's always an easy way to start a story. Crash landing in the middle of nowhere. But then how are you building a factory? Did you bring all the parts with you in case you crash land? I mean, I guess you arrived prepared, though it's still a bit strange, almost as if it was pre-planned. There is a special tool that seems to help building. Ooh. A special tool, you see. Well, that's that's an interesting way of saying that the writer just came up with some special sci-fi item that can solve any problem. But not too easily, because then it would be too easy. It can't just create a spaceship so you can leave. Oh no, it can only create tiny elements of said spaceship. I have never finished the game so far. Well, I wish you good luck. And I hope that you will get to escape from your impromptu vacation. But also, maybe while you're waiting on the production lines to finish, take a look around, take in the sights and sounds, and get to know the local wildlife. Maybe not everything will want to eat you. Maybe. But also, don't forget, you are a guest on that planet, so just because things want to eat you, that doesn't mean that they are bad, right? It's just all one big misunderstanding. Manta and Shrimp Doggo are friends. Shrimp Doggo. That's an interesting creation. But hey, a friend from a planet far away. Who knows what kind of creatures are out there? After all, I am a monster and I'm here. Nate is a lizard dog, but it looks like a shrimp. Oh. The first item I will name Dreadist. I'm not sure if I should be happy about that or concerned. Good question. Now, let's start up the game and let's go over to the game scene. What's up with this? With his hand? This hand shouldn't be here. Stop it. They will help me, except if they decide to bring uranium. What's wrong with uranium? It's rather useful mineral if you know how to use it. Though you might want to store it far away from you, just to be safe.
Welcome back.
Welcome, Custis. Let's see what we are up to today. Now, so far, we looked at and play the role of two clans with their 4 archetypes. First we had the Toreador with the Muse and the Siren, and then we changed to the Nosferatu with the Saboteur and the Prowler. Now, these clans I introduced as the Toreador, who are appreciators of fine art and beauty, even their bodies, an embodiment of such beauty with their dazzling appearances. Not sparkling, that's a different franchise. And the Nosferatu as experts of technology, even though because their transformation into a kindred left their bodies malformed and thus forcing them to hide in the shadows, they are well aware of what is happening in the world through their surveillance systems. But today we are looking at a third clan, and that is the Bruja. First, with the archetype Brute. Now the Bruja are the kindred who represent the more aggressive sides of the beast inside, almost to a feral degree. They prefer violence in some cases, and definitely like a more hands-on approach. Much like how I would prefer a hands-on approach of studying if I was starring in a Japanese hentai with a curvaceous teacher. But that's neither here nor there. Now, much like with the other archetypes, we have a clan power, which is the soaring leap. It is exactly what it says, an unnaturally large jump that kindred from this clan can perform. It's a bit like the vanishing ability of the Nosferatu in the aspect that you can use it for offense and defense as well. You can get out of a sticky situation, or you can close the distance between you and your target. Then we have the shockwave punch, which is explained as a punch so powerful that it creates a wall of a shockwave, which not only sends your foe flying, but it also stops the bullets they are trying to hit you with. Now, I actually mentioned this briefly in my previous stream when I was talking about a mastery challenge that required me to get an assist from the shark lurking beneath the waves of the water surrounding the map. And this was my idea of doing that. And actually, as much as it was rather tricky and took a long time, it did work because I managed to lure a boat close enough to the water that I was able to send them flying into the water with this exact ability. And then we have the passive power, which is True Grit. And this is a really interesting ability that makes this clan, and especially this archetype, much more dangerous in certain situations and well suited for constant combat, because, as it says, up to half of their health is replenished while they are not taking damage. Now that means out of the 200 health one can have in this game, they regenerate 100 health, or up to 100 health more specifically. the armor, which is the extra 50 that brings you from 200 to 250, is not counted here. Now, why this power is extremely strong is because you might think that you have to be out of combat for it to activate, right? So you get into a firefight, you either get away or you defeat your enemy, and then you slowly regenerate your health. But that's not it. As the wording here hints, while not taking damage. So in this example video, you can see that just hiding behind this chimney, I think it is, the character already starts to regenerate, even though the enemy is constantly firing at them. If the player is not taking damage, they start to heal right away, and rather quickly as well. So if you can moderate the damage you take in fights, you can create a rather large advantage, because you can go through much more health than the enemy can, since they either need to use items to regenerate, or in the case of certain other clans, use their abilities. But for the brute, this is a passive ability and you don't need to do anything. Just get behind cover for a few seconds and you are good to go out there and fight again. Now, as I always say, in each clan I have a female and a male character, and for the brute, as you can see, I chose a female one with a rather unique Bruja outfit. I do believe that this outfit is similar to the ones that can only be worn by this clan. This outfit in particular is not limited to the clan, but if I remember correctly, we can unlock an outfit looking a lot like this by playing enough matches with this clan. And I also chose a tattoo. Let me show you. It's right here. The ram's head, which is right on the chest in the middle, so it can be seen with this outfit, which I do believe is rather good looking. Now, what keeps it on or in this form, I'm honestly not sure. But there are many outfits where I just scratch my head thinking, well, physics is officially broken. And I know someone made a mention about how many scarps were on the Siren's outfit. Well, here we have belts. Belts for days. This is like an anime character in some ways. So if someone sees this character running up on them, hopefully it will strike fear in their hearts. Now, one interesting detail that I noticed with this clan is they are always grimacing in a way. As I said, they are rather aggressive and sometimes feral in nature, and the developers made that even more obvious by making the characters' facial expressions constantly switch between angry and annoyed to a certain degree, which is a nice touch. How many bells do you need? Answer: yes. As much as I understand that joke, I think with this outfit, the answer is not only yes, it's yes, but more. Because you can never have enough belts. I mean, we could have easily put a few belts around the arms. Is that a belt around the legs as well? On the right leg, more specifically, above the knee, I think. True, you need more belts. Arms, shoulder, chest, exactly. I mean, if you want to go extreme, one around the neck. It's not a good idea. One belt as headband. No, that could work. That could actually work. But since this clan prefers melee weapons quite a lot, I guess a belt can be used as a weapon. And I remember mentioning that we had a storyline where we had to kill anarchs with different weapons, and one was given to us by the sheriff, and the point was to deliver a sort of message by killing the anarchs with a certain weapon in the brouhaha way, so rather messily, and then by the prince to kill them in a more elegant way with blades. I do believe with the brouhaha weapon was a crowbar or a spiked bat. Definitely something more rough around the edges. Combine belts as whip. Yeah, that can work. And that actually brings me to a new character, because we already met Custis, the Keeper of Elysium. And then we met with Maya, the Toreador Primogen. As I explained, a Primogen in the Camarilla is a sort of officer, a kindred of high standing who represents their clan to the prince. And we also met Omnis, the Nosferatu Primogen. And you can see that their environment reflects their clan and their style to a certain point. But now it is time to meet with the NPC who represents the Bruja clan in this game, and that is the sheriff. Now, as far as I understand, the sheriff in the Camarilla is kind of the right hand of the prince, and they are the military leader. They are to a certain degree a strategist, but mostly when it comes to combat. Oh, Jaggy, welcome in. Thank you for the daily check-in. Now, I also mentioned... Why is there a toilet here? With a cushion. So I also mentioned that around many characters songs are playing, and even the song and the song's style says something about the characters. So here I want you to pay attention to what kind of songs play in the room of the sheriff, and mostly what lyrics they feature. So this is Kirill, the Bruja Primogen. Now, unfortunately, for quite some time, he's been stuck on this line saying shotgun. I guess I ran out with interaction lines when it comes to him, but as you can see, his place is rather interesting, filled with all kinds of broken items, weapons. This must have been one heck of a pool game. I think that he's the head of a entity hunter. And that's probably their freezer. Right. So everything here is a tad bit broken, and as you can clearly see, they are not too concerned about looks or furniture choices. What's more important is that you can find weapons all over the place. For example, this lovely minigun. And one rather nice detail is how every character is connected through the maps. So if we follow this tunnel, we will actually end up at Omnis. And if we follow the staircase, we will find Maya, and then go back to the lobby. So now that we met Kirill, one of the last NPCs, let's go for a game. Now, first of all, I just want to have a quick match. I think I showed you most of the gameplay mechanics of the game, even if a bit all over the place, since I can't exactly plan ahead when it comes to what happens in a game, but I showed plenty of different weapons, also the various blood resonances, the entity strong point or strongholds and bases scattered around, and we also got some game variations here and there. So let's go, yes, actually let's go right here to to the harbor. That is where I try to lure my prey so I could feed the fishes, or fish, one rather large fishy. I just noticed the tattoo also includes a bone on the forearm. And now I'm wondering what the name of the bone in the forearm is called, or rather bones, because there are two. One is called the radius, and I do believe the other one is called the ulna. I'm not sure which one is which. So, as I mentioned, I'm down, everything is fine. So as I mentioned, we have the ability to take a rather large leap. Where are you? Oh, come on. I can't aim like this if you're just staying underneath the... Stop it! Now, let's get rid of you and let's look around. Ooh, shotgun. Maybe that's why Kirill is saying it all the time. He just likes shotguns. So we have the leap, so let's see what that looks like. As you can see, it's a rather big jump, much bigger than our normal jump, even with the slide. Uh-oh. Here's the harbor. As you can see, there is a bit of open water here, and that's why it's not necessarily difficult to fall into it if you're not careful. Now, one rather interesting thing about this leap is the fact that you can... Ow. That you can do it in midair as well. I will show you in a moment, but I'm getting shot at. But at the same time, you can see how I regenerate right now back to 100. Where are you? Did you just leave? Mid-fight. Okay, no you didn't. Ow! Stop it. The entity hunters are onto me, wondrous. And I'm out of arrows. Or bolts, since these are crossbows. Can you not do that? Thank you. A bit of a sip, and we'll be right back in action. Hello. Oh, come on. You and your thick skull. Great. Now then. We even have armor. All ready for the party. Even though I might need a better weapon than these. Ow! Who was that? Oh! I don't know who that is, but they can shoot They can also aim, and that's a problem. Let's get some distance. I think this is not a fight I want to get into. Because I'm much better at close range. And they are obviously preferring long range. Aim couldn't be in me. Oh. If you've seen me play this game, you also know that I can miss my shots rather often. Oh, wow! They were waiting here. I really don't know if this is a human player or a really clever bot. They can shoot. That's for sure. Oh, come on, don't do that with me. Oh, that was a player. Okay, that explains it. Oh my goodness. So that was an epic revolver I was getting shot at with. And as you can see, this is how you can turn the tide of the battle. Simply bringing the enemy into a position that is better for you. Ow! I was trying to hide and got shot at from every angle. And here you can see how extremely useful it is that I can heal even while moving, which helps a lot with survival. Oh, this grenade launcher is actually still full. It has all 8 grenades in it. So I think we should use that. But first we need someone to shoot at. Oh, I see someone there. Let's put on our armor. I hear sounds of fun. Ow! Why is someone always shooting at me from behind? Getting real tired of it. What? Oh, there you are. That was a slight miss from your part. That was the sewer bomb. Ooh, epic double barrel shotgun. Yes, please. Now, why I really like the double barrel shotgun is because it has a rather quick reload, which nicely balances out the fact that it only has 2 shots. And I saw the fog there. Oh, I see you there. That was a miss. So there you could see how the shockwave stabbed me. And then someone ran in like an Italian mafioso in a movie with the Tommy gun. And I fell through the ground. So once I mentioned that I respawned and ended up underneath the map. That started in a similar fashion, except I didn't get thrown back up above the ground. But as I was saying, you could have seen how the shockwaves stopped the enemy's bullets and allowed me to reload and get a clear shot. Ow, that hurt. Don't shoot me, I'm trying to kill someone. It's so annoying when I go after someone. And what do I get? Shot in the back by someone else. Don't intervene in my hunt. It's just rude. But they rather cleverly hid there. I should have went around. But hey, I had an extra life. And if I'm lucky, I might get another one. Come back! Isn't this the place where I got killed? Yeah, I think it was. Oh, would you look at you? You make my head spin right around. Well, I guess I did highlight some of the features of this clan when it comes to being rather hot-headed and running into the battle without much planning. Crowbar, a primitive tool for primitive work. Yes, that is rather fitting. So let's see what kind of things we can do here today. Oh, hello there. Sorry, I didn't want to spawn in you. So as I mentioned, I haven't really been getting any journal entries from the NPCs lately.
What a nice surprise.
I only get these standard lines. I'm not necessarily sure what I'm missing, so let's run around and talk to them all.
Closer. All right.
So here we actually got an extra line, but no journal entry unlock. Nemesis. Oh goodness, no. I'm getting flashbacks from Resident Evil 3. I still have to go back there. Now, one nice thing is how the developers made sure that even though we cannot use our kindred abilities within the lobby or this place, such as we can't even climb, they included ways to quickly go from one character to another. As I showed, there are pathways between them, so we don't have to return to this main hall. There are also staircases, but if you don't want to use those, there is this part where you can run up on this table and get right to our angry Bruja Primogen.
Listen. shotgun.
Again, shotgun, nothing else. So let's take a look at what we are missing and what we could unlock today. So when it comes to the journal, we have all of the allies, all of the enemies, and all of the other. So we are done with the characters. When it comes to the collectibles, we have some intel left, some of the stories, we have all of the mementos, and we have all clues. Now I will talk about these after we finished with the mastery challenges, since I am trying to follow the order of the menu, as you can see on the top from left to right. I think we have all of the conversations. We also have all of the melee weapons, that's lovely. And we have all of the ranged weapons in theory, but we don't have all of the additional information about them. For example, the fire axe. Now it says play additional matches to unlock more. Now I'm theorizing here because I don't know what the system is behind these entries. Originally, you unlock these entries, at least their first part, by looking around here in Elysium and examining the items. So for example, I think right here we have the spiked bat, which is really nicely smashed into this makeshift table made out of whatever it is made out of. Or maybe it's a wooden bench of sorts right next to the throne. So you unlock these by uncovering them in Elysium. But how you get the additional entry, I have no clue. These, as far as I know, or most of them, I already unlocked. But as you can see, I don't have the shotgun shells or the crossbow bolts. It says play additional matches to unlock more. And the same is true with some of the melee weapons, such as the fire axe or the scourge blades, which I use more often. And I'm also missing the double barrel, which I'm using all of the time, the dual crossbows, which I just showed, the light machine gun, and the minigun. With the minigun I could understand it, because that's a rather rare weapon, and also apparently the silenced SMG is also missing. So originally I thought maybe to unlock these you have to use said item or weapon in the game more. But since it says play more games, maybe there is just a hidden counter in the game and you have to play a certain number of matches to unlock these. But that would be rather strange, because then why aren't they in the order that they unlock in? We have the first and the second, but not the third. The fourth and the fifth, but not the sixth. And we have the last, the seventh. So why don't they unlock in alphabetical order like they are here? I mean, this is the default way of looking at it. We have alphabetical, but I don't think that changes anything. And then we have unread, but I read them all. So that's not it. We also have the locations. We do have the lore, but I think I learned everything about the sects and the clans. This took quite a long time because these are long descriptions, some of them 8, 9, 10 entries long. And that's why I always went to talk to the NPCs, because you unlock these by talking to them. I also have 4 of the history entries and nothing from this one. And here I have most of them. I actually am missing one in the Masquerade. And it says interact with your allies to unlock more. So this is a different way to unlock entries. And for this you have to talk to the NPCs. And that's how I got most of these. But as you can see, I'm missing one entry here. And that's why I'm still going around between matches. I'm also missing this in its entirety. So maybe that's special. But as I was spending more time with the game and trying to get all of these unlocked, I noticed something that I mentioned in my previous stream, I think. Don't mind me respectively looking. Nice glasses. Interesting glasses? Nice smile. So I noticed that whenever I was going around here in Elysium and talking to the NPCs, the characters, I never got any journal entry when I started up the game. Only after I played the match. And that's why I have this theory that maybe there is a connection between what you do in the game during matches and what you unlock. So maybe you have to get Bloodhunted, so break the Masquerade to get more information about the Masquerade. Maybe you have to use a specific item to learn about it, and that's logical, but as I said, it would be rather strange because some of the guns that I rarely ever use, I already have their entries, but the guns I use in almost every game, I don't have their entries. So it's one big mystery, but we are going out there to test it some more. So I guess we are getting Bloodhunted now, because that's the one thing I'm missing, the Masquerade entry. And then we will look at some of the weapons. I know I'm missing the double barrel shotgun. I'm missing the shotgun shells. I'm not sure how to do anything with those. I mean, I pick them up always, even if I don't use them. Oh my goodness. I'm also missing the silenced SMG and the entry for the bolts, the crossbow bolts. So let's gather a few of those. Who knows, maybe we will get lucky. Or killed. Or both. Spiked bat, a handmade weapon to use in close combat. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could throw it. Oh, cultists. Keep an eye out for cultist bots. These are kindred fanatics. Now, cultists are really interesting. I never quite understood what they are, because it says that they have powers similar to the kindred, but they are not. Maybe what that means is even the existence of the bots within the game is explained. So human players are kindred and bots are cultists. I'm not sure. I never come across any kind of character during a match that stood out as a cultist. So maybe that's the explanation. Now, I came here to the harbor because we have the entity checkpoint here. And it would be rather useful for me. Oh, a crowbar! I know what we're doing now. One nice trait of the entity hunters is the fact that at long range they can't aim for shit, which is rather useful for us. Okay, that's 2 down. I ran into these checkpoints way too many times to be so reckless as to just jump down. Stop it. Stop it. Eliminate entity in a single session. Yes, 3 of them, I think it was. Oh, dual SMG, okay. This is their burst rifle, but as I showcased it in the armory, not my favorite weapon. What do we have here? Give me a minigun. Auto shotgun. Not bad. Marksman rifle, precision ammo, revolver. There are so many revolvers around here. So, in my previous stream... Another crowbar, come on. In my previous stream I mentioned how one of the mastery challenges might be possible to do with a bit of trickery. Well, it is possible to do if you're really good or lucky, but I like to streamline the process of trophy hunting. And even though this is not a trophy but an in-game challenge, it's rather similar. So our challenge is to down 10 enemy players in one game with the crowbar. And my idea was, what if we can do that with 1 enemy player? Because it doesn't say that it has to be 10 different enemy players, only that it has to be 10 downed enemies. So, what if I take down the same enemy 10 times? Now I tried this actually yesterday, and I got as far as downing 3 different enemies, a combined total of 6 times. But as you can see, it's not as easy, especially if the enemy is armed with a shotgun. Motherfucker took my crowbar. All right. Change of plans, as they say. Let's go back to the harbor. Get an extra life on the way. One extra life to go, please. Pick up the crowbar we left here, if it's still here. It is. Find a secluded corner and have some fun. No, I said that I didn't really want to try this with another player because it would be quite rude to farm kills or down them repeatedly like this. But because most of the enemies these days are actually bots, I feel like I can get away with it. We are back in this freaking place. Calm down. Oh great, 2 of them. That's what I needed. Where's the other one? Okay, kill them. Good. I didn't want to fight that one. That's the one that killed me. And they had a shotgun, which is dangerous. So you are our new guinea pig. Now we can damage them while they are on the ground, but that way we will just kill them. Oh, you are immune. Not for long. Come back. Can we just not? You look like Harley Quinn. Okay, just in time. We had 2. Oh. Where did you go? Come back. This is definitely a bot. The way they move. Okay. Time for a bit of a boost here. So this was 3, I think, in total. Now one annoying part of this idea, or this approach is, one, you have to wait a lot and you might actually run out of time. Also you can easily get attacked by some other players or bots. But the most annoying aspect is that bots don't necessarily care about the red gas spreading. I think I actually showed how sometimes they just stand outside until they die. And yesterday when I was trying this method and I got 6 downs with 3 different enemies, why I had to change and look for a new subject, test subject, was because when the red gas rolled in, they didn't even attempt to to crawl out of it. They just stayed there, and as you might know, if you are in the red gas, you do not regenerate and you cannot get up. It blocks it. How many downs was this? I think around 6 or 7 at this point. I do have to say I rather enjoy following them like this. Oh, come back. You can crawl, but you cannot get away. I'm not done with you. I'm not done with you just yet. Wow, it did work. My insane idea did work. Well, thank you for your cooperation. You see? That's why wording is important. I got one of the challenges I thought I might never be able to do. Now, was it the intended way? No. Did it work? Yes. Yes, it did. Nah. We should put away our crowbar. 2 camera keys in 1 loot point. Love these kind of random spawns. Now the library will be the edge of the map. So I will try to not get murdered in the gas and hide here, because all of the other players and enemies will come from that side. I can already see one there, but we'll wait this out. And look at how detailed the model of the body is, with the light casting a shadow on the muscles around the spine. Rather nice. Guess he's rolling in. Still 5 remaining. Hey! Get lost, this is my spot. Oh, there's 2. Come on! Fight to the death! But that was quick. Those were 2 bots again, based on the names. But we still have respawn. You know one thing, the poor people of Prague probably have constant problems with their internet and TV signals, because all of the vampires mess up the antennas. All of the unforeseen effects. Oh, there is a player. Actually 2, they just killed each other there. Not here. Okay, those are the last 2. Why? Why me? Why me when you had another perfectly good target? Ow! Motherfucker! My butt! Oh, great. Now the library is actually a rather interesting place because you can go inside. So let's try to make them think that I went inside. A cunning plan, I know. Uh-oh. Don't you two want to, you know, battle it out? Yes, that was the player, I think. The other one is likely a bot. Or at least I hope. Based on their movement. And because I'm not as good in this game, it's a good idea to introduce a bit of strategy and go for the stronger enemy while they are distracted. Where the heck are they? Is there an entrance to... You can see it hit this and could not go all the way there. I think you're the one I killed with the crowbar a few many times. That's a victory. Placed first. So I don't think I talked about this match summary scene before. We have the eliminated, the assisted, the placed, the diablerized and the damage dealt statistics shown here with the season averages. And these lovely cards, apparently ranging from 1 to 4. And the season average is rather interesting because I guess back in the day they really worked based on the season, but after development stopped, it all became one long season. And since I started after that time, my season averages are actually my overall averages in the game. Which is just an interesting little tidbit. It's like a lifetime average for me. And we did it! We got sanctification. You are asking what sanctification is. A good point. I actually don't necessarily know, but what I know, it is a mastery challenge right here in the skills. And here it is. In one game, down 10 players with the crowbar. And as it seems, it can be the same player just 10 times. Who would have known? Now, is it cruel to play with an enemy like that? Hit them with the crowbar until they fall to their knees, and then wait for them to scrape themselves back together up from the pavement just to repeat it again and again, bashing and bruising them for one mastery challenge? Yes, it is cruel. But in a way, it is rather fitting to this clan and their hands-on approach. After all, we are killing anarchs. Or cultists, I'm not sure. But it is a rather interesting feeling to toy with your enemy like that. Right? But as I said, I only really did it because I know it was a bot, or at least I hope it was a bot, and so I wasn't ruining someone's game like this. And to be honest, I would much prefer to do these kind of challenges in a bots only match, because it's much easier to deal with them. But well, that's not an option. So with a bit of cruelty, but done. And we have these two left. Eliminate 5 players without taking damage, and in one game eliminating 20 players. Not really sure I will be able to do those. But while we're here, look at the carrier or courier. Career? How do you say this? Give me a moment. No, that's a carrier. That's not what I'm looking for. Career. Okay, it's rather similar. Sometimes I forget how to speak this language. Yeah. So let's see what we have here. Butcher, eliminate 200 players. Killing Machine, eliminate 500 players. Exterminator, eliminate 1,000 players. And Grim Reaper, eliminate 5,000 players. Yeah, we will probably not get this, let's be honest. Then we have Winner, win 10 games. Victor, winning 20 games. Vanquisher, for winning 30 games. And Conqueror, for winning 50 games. It's rather interesting how it's originally a statue that is cracking, and then there's a face underneath that, and then that face breaks as well and reveals a bloodied skull. Then we have Hiker, travel a certain number of meters, 500,000 meters in total. Of course, this is across matches and not in one. The Beast, deal 100,000 damage to enemy players. Interestingly, this description includes the number, whereas most of them don't. Blade, Disciple, deal 60,000 damage to enemy players with any melee weapon. Maybe we will get this, maybe not. Surgical Precision, score headshots, 3,000 of them. Sommelier, feed on resonant blood, 150. Papers, Please, is this a reference? Feed on Entity, so the hunters. We are at 231. I was at 150 not so long ago, and I started going to their checkpoints more often and trying to feed on more if I could, so I made good progress there. Soul Harvester, Diablerize enemy players 100. Camarilla Assassin, eliminate blood-hunted players 200. That's a bit tricky because you always have to have someone be blood-hunted and then be able to not only reach them in time, but kill them. So yes, that's a bit tricky. And then we have the Clue Collectors. Clue Collector Season 1. collect all collectibles for Clues Chapter 2. Then we have the Summer Update, Chapter 3. Intel Collector Reign of Error. Collect all collectibles for Reign of Error. Then Knock Knock. Then Carte Blanche? I'm not sure. To Hide Like a King. And then we have the Story Collector, Disowed Child of Mine, collecting all 5. Rise and Shine, again all 5. Story Collector Slip the Color, bit 5. Nosferatu Noir, which I have. Confessions in Red. Long Gone Before Daylight. Collect all collectibles for Bruja comic, which is actually only 1. And then we have the Velvet Murder. Deal 50,000 damage to players with the starting pistol, which would take a while. Rapid Fire. Deal 50,000 damage to players with the minigun, which is even more difficult because you have to get the minigun. And as I mentioned, it's a legendary weapon. I only found it at entity checkpoints. Maybe you can find them in Camarilla caches. I'm not sure. But you cannot reload them. There is no ammunition for them on the map. You get 400 bullets, and even though you can mow down pretty much anyone with those bullets, it's still a finite amount. So dealing 50,000 damage is a lot. Now one player, if they have full armor and shield, and those are the same things, and health, that's 250. I'm not sure if dealing damage to them when they are downed counts, perhaps. But if not, then we are looking at, let me think, 50, 200 kills? I think 250 would be 1 kill, 1,000 would be 4, 10,000 would be 40. Yes, 200 kills with the minigun. Possible, but not on such short notice. Knife to a gunfight. Deal 50,000 damage to players with the knife. So this is an even more specific and difficult version of the Blade Disciple, because here we can use any melee weapon. Interestingly, even ones that are not blade weapons, so not a knife or a sword or a saber or something like that, we can use the crowbar based on the description. Here you have to deal damage to players or bots with the knife specifically. Now one nice thing is you don't have to necessarily down them or kill them. So if you just manage to hit them a few times, you can slowly chip away from the 50,000 and get this challenge. My lair, use your clan power 1,000 times, and then expecting you, use your archetype power 1,000 times. Interesting how I use the clan power more often. So these are all of the career challenges, and obviously these are not to be completed in one match or even during a few days. They take a long time, because they require quite a lot of just playtime to be able to rack up these kind of points, whereas the onboarding was just doing everything kind of once to get to know the game mechanics, and skill is more about, well, being skillful or finding a way to do something rather specific or more difficult or just tricky, because in many cases you can, and I think maybe with most of them you have to do these challenges in one match. Okay, maybe not the drain 20 civilians, but with many of them you have to achieve these in one game or one match. So it's more about a specific challenge where the difficulty lies within how you can achieve that. And in certain ways you have to adjust your playstyle and how you approach a match to whatever the challenge is, so you can minimize the time that it takes for you to get ready and even try to do whatever is asked of you. And that is more about the skill. With the career, it's more just simple things, but do them many times. And then we have the clans. So here we have eliminate Bruja players, Nosferatu players, Toreador players, and Ventru players. 100 of each. Those being the 4 original clans that were included in the game at launch. Then we have the specific challenges for reaching a certain level with a clan or an archetype. So here we have Brute archetype, which we are playing with right now, or S, reach level 20 and then 25. This is the experienced and seasoned rebel. Then we have the Vandal, which is the other Bruja archetype. The same thing, experienced and seasoned punk, level 20, 25. Then we have the Creeper, which is the Prowler archetype. The same 2025, that was one of the Nosferatu archetypes we already played. Saboteur, the other Nosferatu archetype, 2025. The Siren and the Muse, the 2 Toreador archetypes. And then we have the Enforcer, the same 2025, which is, I do believe, one of the Ventru archetypes. No, I never played with the Ventru clan. And one interesting detail you can notice here is the counter is at level 1, because you start as level 1. There is no such thing as level 0 with the archetypes. I'm honestly not sure if you start as level 1 when you start the game, as in account level, which I am level 50 right now. That was the trophy. I'm not sure if you start with level 0 or level 1. I mean, someone can register an account before they before the game actually shuts down. Oh, Thank you so much for the raid. Hello Peridol Express. Oh, thank you so much. To those who might not know me, I am the Dreadist, a monster researching horror, and right now trying to show my viewers all of the wonderful aspects of this game before it is sadly shut down later this month. Actually, I do believe the servers will be shut down on April 28th, and today is April 8th, so we only have 20 short days to enjoy this game. But thank you so much for the raid. Of course, if you need to raid and run, I more than understand. Please do care about yourself first and foremost. Take care of yourself, get yourself something to drink and eat. And thank you for the hydrate. But if you have a moment, please do tell me, what were you doing? I see you were also playing Bloodhunt. How was it going? How did the night treat you in the lovely city of Prague? I am actually just looking through my mastery challenges here, looking at what I can and won't be able to do. So here we have the two enforcer archetypes. I will get to those. And then we have the account level challenges, reach player level 25 and 50. That is the trophy on PlayStation. And then we have one for 100 and 200, which I will definitely not be able to reach. But again, given that this game has been out for years now, I certainly did had the unfortunate luck of running into some players with 200, 300, 400 player levels, and they murdered me. And then we have the challenges for victories. Win 5 games as a brute, as a vandal, I don't have that one, as a prowler, a saboteur, a siren, I was really bad with the siren apparently, and the muse. Now I did play the muse the most, so it's no surprise that I don't really have this challenge with some of the other ones. Then the enforcer, which is one of the Ventru ones, I do believe. And then, interestingly, here we have the warden, which is the other Ventru archetype. And I'm not necessarily sure why it's at the end of the list. It makes it look like this specific archetype was added later. But as far as I know, its clan was included in the original release, so maybe it only had one archetype? I'm not sure. Win games as warden. And then we have the scholar, which was indeed added later. The archetype level 20, 25, and then winning 5 times. And then here we have the outfits. So I believed that these outfits were added later on as a challenge. I will try to look into it because someone in my chat said that they were here from the get-go. But what you have to do for these is only play 100 matches as a certain clan. Now for Toreador we actually get Maya's outfit, which I used with my Muse character. Maya being the Toreador Primogen, which I really love the idea that they gave the players, the NPC character's outfit. I think that's lovely. And then we have the Nosferatu one, which is interestingly not Omnis's outfit. We have the Bruja one, and as I mentioned, the one my character is wearing right now is rather similar to this one. And I don't think this is the outfit that Kirill is rocking. Yeah, I don't think so. Then we have the one for the Ventru. This might be the prince's outfit, but I'm not sure. We will get there. And the Tremere, the added clan, even though only one archetype was added, unfortunately. And as you can see, I have never played a game with those. But these are all of the clan challenges. They are not difficult, I think. Winning sometimes might be, but as far as I know, if you play in duos or trios, you still get the win counted here. So if you're not as good alone, you can play with your friends or just with some random players, and you can collect the 5 necessary victories for these challenges. But for the outfits, which in my eyes at least are the most unique rewards here, you just have to play. And really this entire clans category, I feel like, just makes the players want to play all of the different clans and archetypes and try them out. And it doesn't ask for crazy things, because you only have to reach level 25, which is the maximum for an archetype, but that way you unlock all the perks for the archetype, so you can play with different builds. And it only asks for 5 wins, so it's not some crazy high number. The only one here that is a bit extreme is probably the player level for 200. That would take a long time, but you only get an icon for it, and as much as, I mean, you can show off with the player icon, but I feel like it's a fair reward, because those who actually spend so much time in the game to reach that level, they get something, they are acknowledged. But the players who might not have that much time, or just don't want to sink so much time into the game, they are not really missing out on something really unique. It's not an outfit, it's not a mask or some crazy unique item. It's an icon that has a lot of meaning if you know what to look out for. And I guess that's a good idea. But with that said, let's go and let's see what we can do. Welcome in, Fewest. Welcome in, Fewest Finger. Would you like to have fewer fingers by any chance? Maybe one less index finger? Because let me tell you right around now, this pokey little index finger Looks rather biteable. No, I need all my 30. You have 30 fingers? And you are being upset over losing just one? I mean, not even the whole, just part of it. Come on, just a little nibble. Unbelievable. So here you can see new variations, well-fed and loot royale. Start out with free random resonances, and all loot locations are high tier. Now, stop with the booping. What do you need your fingers for so badly? Okay, so we got one health, one extra melee damage, and one cooldown boost. One fun thing I just realized is I did the crowbar challenge without actually getting the resonant blood to deal more damage with melee weapons. Don't. Ah, you might. Good. No. Yes, it will be good here. Behind these cement bags. Ow. It's not that bad, don't worry. That one up there is annoying me greatly. Never mind, this one is annoying too. No, one of the things why feeding on entity soldiers for that challenge is a bit tricky is because they die rather quickly. As you can see, that one is already dead. And so if you want to maximize your number, you have to be rather smart about how you approach these checkpoints. One thing you can do is down one and drain them, but that carries the risk of getting attacked by another. Or you down two in quick succession, and if you just time it right, you can feed on one and get to the other before they bleed out. I know it's rather strange talking about strategies to maximize feeding on mortals before they bleed out, but we are vampires. Things are different. And in the meantime, I got the minigun. So let's go and mow down some people. I'm always a bit stressed whenever I get this weapon because I really don't want to lose it. But I also don't want to be too careful and not use up all of my bullets. Oh goodness. That's no good. They just turned invisible. They really have to run into the one player who has that invisibility. Oh, you. Let's see. Were you a bot? No, I think you were a player. Poor guy. Oh! Oh, that was close. Killing spree, and we are just getting started. Ooh, what outfits? I guess they use the outfits you can buy in the in-game store here, or some of them, which would make sense. It's a great way to reuse already created assets. It makes the city feel more alive. Now we killed 2 players and we used up around 100 bullets. Now I am not saying that I did not miss half of those bullets, but it's not bad. Not gonna shoot into that because it's pointless. I absolutely love when this happens. You can indeed do one of these big jumps and get downed in the middle of it. And what will happen is what you saw exactly. The enemy face planting on the pavement. And yes, it did happen to me as well before. But I'm not necessarily happy about the enemies I am facing here, because they are disappearing rather often, and the one that I faced did not disappear because they had that item that I was talking about, but because they were playing as a Nosferatu. Oh goodness, this one disappeared as well. Come on! Ow! Don't like the gas. I do not like the gas. I want easy, reliable kills. Okay? That's a maniac coming after me. What happened there? I think I just jumped right in the middle of a fight. Come on, I don't want to waste bullets. You mother... Why can't people leave me the fuck alone? Ow! Oh, you are immune. Of course you are immune. But I am invisible and downed. Yes! Save me! Save me! And don't kill me. Yes, yes, yes. Let me just gently get over here. Oh, ah! I was so close! I want my minigun back! Ow, ow, ow. Stop that, you. What the heck is going on here? I'm invisible, for fuck's sake. Really, I'm this popular? Uh-oh. You're in the red. I think I just... Wait, this is the person who killed me? What was that icon for? Winning 50 times, I think? But hey, we got some some damage dealt with this weapon. Around 1,000 maybe. Only one NPC trained? Crazy. Let's talk to our friends here. Maybe someone will be ever so nice and provide me with some information about the minigun I used.
I think you will enjoy this.
Okay. Hello there. Maya, maybe you know something about a minigun?
Well, hello.
No. Okay. I think most of the entries about weapons came from Omnis, so maybe they know something about this minigun.
Over here. Go ahead.
No? Okay, maybe Kirill will help us out with this missing entry. Or he will just go on about shotgun. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I destroyed some anarchs. Do you want to give me a, you know, entry?
Shotgun.
Oh goodness, you and your shotgun.
Run, are you scared? Off with the head. Bang, bang, till you're dead. And it goes again.
Well, no entry for us. But that's fine. Let's go for another game here. Of solo Bloodhunt. And I will try to play some battle royales later on, maybe some death matches, but for the time being I try to feature all the different the different clans with solo games. Now let's see. What will we get? I do want to test a theory with the knife, and actually I also want to find a sniper rifle somewhere. But for now, let's check out the library because the other game ended there, and I didn't want to go inside because it's a bit more difficult to navigate a battle indoors for me. But maybe now we will have a moment of peace so I can show you what that place looks like. And shotgun. With the starting pistol, no less. Ah, I don't need those. Now, where's the entrance? Here it is. So this is the library. Even though it looks more like the secret hideout of a Nosferatu group. Oh, what's that? That's actually a screenshot from the game. I'm not sure who those people or players are. But that's rather interesting. Maybe some developers? What else do we have here? Same game screenshot. I think an unhealthy amount of cigarette butts. Oh, these good old monitors. Oh, yes. You could watch all you wanted on them. And also, possibly bludgeon someone to death with it. Yes. And if you were lucky, you could still watch things on it afterwards. Officially, how do you get from this floor to... Oh, stairs. To this floor. Let's see what we have here. Books. Rather messy library here. Here we have another entrance. Oh, pump shotgun. And another staircase leading up. I do take that 9-barrel, thank you. Look at that, how nice. Little candles on the server rack. And next to the books. Not the safest idea. On the book, even worse. But I mean, they are somewhat contained. I wouldn't be surprised if even the books were references. Like this one says vampires, so maybe that's Vampire the Masquerade book. Hematology, the science of blood. Fitting. Is there anything else here? Well, there is this little dead end. And we have this leading up to a dead, possibly kindred. You can find these kind of burned bodies all over the place in Prague in this game. That looks like the cover of some music album. Ow! That hurt. I was just looking around. Can the person enjoy some quiet time in the library? Also, I'm starting to notice that there are many more human players now in the game than usually, which is not a problem, but it messes up my plans something fierce. Yes, for good tooth, use Tootie. This livestream is not sponsored by Tootie, even though it is a rather fun name. Have to admit. Alright, now that I found a knife, let's try to do a bit of testing, if I got so lucky and managed to down someone without getting murdered. I mean, we still have 26 players left. Let's just use the stairs. There's another entrance? How many entrances are there to this place? Let's pick this up. It can't stay, unfortunately. Oh, seriously, I find the key now? Well, let's see what we get. And not necessarily the best for now. And jump. So as you can see, I can use this ability mid-jump, leaping from nothing, which might be a tad bit unrealistic, but then again we are talking about vampires. However, it is really useful because we can extend jumps this way. Also, here's another such body that I mentioned. Time to go. How tall is this bloody building? Oh! I'm sure there is someone nearby because I could hear them. But you can see some of the times my games are mostly about just finding enemies, not even fighting them. But I just realized I might want to get an extra health before I go and get myself murdered. Or maybe we just go get ourselves murdered. Not to be rude, but that was rude. Hey, stop throwing your bombs at me. Now my question was, will this count to the challenge? So now I did not deal damage to my enemy with the knife while they were up and about. What I did is I hit them while they were downed. And I remember that my counter was on 701 damage. So if it is more now, then you can make your life a bit easier when it comes to farming this challenge by playing normally with long-range weapons, if that is your style. And only using the knife after you already downed someone. This gas makes my head spin. Let's see. Will my insane theory work out or not? Absolutely lovely tea. I don't know if Kindred drinks tea, but I do hope they do. Now, let's see. My insane idea. Where was it? I think here. I guess this got some points as well. Yes, it indeed worked, and it went from 701 to 1135. So that means... Actually, what does that mean? That's 400 points or so. So you can deal around 200 damage, a bit more, to one downed enemy. And that makes this 50,000 counter mean that you have to kill 5 for 1,000, 50 for 10,000, and 250 enemies for 50,000 with this method. But that certainly makes it much easier and reliable than if you just rush at people with a knife and hope for the best. Again, I do like the kind of plotting aspect of trophy hunting, and this is not that much different because it's all about being presented with a challenge and looking for a way to solve it as a problem, to earn the reward and complete the challenge, but not necessarily through brute force and just grinding your way through it, but thinking of smart ways to make things quicker and more reliable, especially when it comes to difficult challenges with quite a lot of luck involved. And in a game like this where you never know what to expect, it's always nice to remove some of that uncertainty and figure out a more reliable way to collect those points necessary for the given trophy, or in this case, challenge. Now, let's see something else, and that is the journal. So the journal is really a collection of all the information you can gather in this game through different ways, such as talking to characters, looking at items, visiting locations, collecting collectibles. All of that information is gathered here, and it builds the lore and the world of the game, which I do like. And I mentioned how much I appreciate the writing style of this game. It's rather nice. So first we have the characters, and it says one by one the survivors of the attack are arriving in the Elysium. These are the prominent figures of Prague that you have encountered so far. So as I said, the game starts with this event, an attack on the Kindred, I do believe by the entity, and so the prince, the leader of the Kindred in Prague, dies, or allegedly dies, during these attacks, and this place, the Elysium, which is kind of a safe haven for the Kindred, the survivors gather, and so we talk to them, as we already did. Custis, the keeper of Elysium, then Maya, the herald of Prague, or harpy as some call the position. As far as I understood, it's the person who oversees the social connections within the kindred society. Then we have Omnis, the Nosferatu primogen, who is, as the text describes them, a mysterious technophile, and the knower of all that happens in Prague when it comes to technology and all the surveillance equipment scattered around. And then we have Kirill, the sheriff of Prague, whom we met not that long ago. And then we have M, but let's not spoil the last characters. So these are our allies. And then we have the Anarchs, the members of the Anarch Revolution, who are threatening the Camarilla and really the Kindred because of their breaking of the Masquerade. Now, the game frames this battle royale as all happening during one night, right after this attack and the killing of the prince. And so we arrive here and we talk to our allies, and we are sent out on missions through the storyline of the game, which are gathered under the quests menu, and we learn more and more about things, and all the other kindred we encounter and have to kill during the games, those are all anarchs when it comes to the game. So everyone in their own game is kind of the only one on the side of the Camarilla. Or if you're playing in duos or trios, I guess then those 2 or 3 are trying to fight back against the Anarchs, the entity, and trying to uphold the Masquerade, and all the others are Anarchs. And that's why in many quests we are tasked with killing a number of Anarchs in some way, which means defeat a certain number of enemies. Then we have the cultists. As I mentioned, they are members of cults, but they are not kindred, but they have kindred-like abilities. And I never really understood what they are. For a long time I thought that that they were only part of the game during its active development, and that's why I never encountered one. But I'm starting to think that the cultists represent in the story the bots in the game. So they are not players. They are not anarchs. But they still appear as kindred. So they are framed as cultists. The cultists are the explanation as to why there's bots in the first beginner levels when you're learning the game, when you're paired with them and other beginner players. Oh, then I was right about that. Thank you for the confirmation, Kalior. I hope I pronounced your name correctly, and thank you for the first time chat. So indeed, apparently they are the bots. And again, I love how the developers took the time to explain everything in the game within the story. Even things that are kind of standard in games, they took the time to make an explanation within the world. So there are the armor in the police cars, and there are guns in in the delivery trucks, and then you have the blood bags hidden in the pharmacy. But all that is explained within the lore. When you're under account level 11, you get a match card that says cultists present with the other random match cards. Oh, really? Let me check that. I honestly do not remember if I had an extra one back then, but because it says this game has bots here, and that symbol is on all 4 of the actual game modes, I kind of figured that because the game has a small player base, they include bots everywhere. But that's really interesting. Again, I greatly appreciate the attention to detail. You won't check unless you start a new account if you're currently past level 11. Yes. And honestly, I do not remember the time when I started. And then we have the entity hunters, the soldiers with the exoskeletons, apparently. That's why they are so tough. Though mortals, nonetheless. And then we have the civilians, roaming the streets. And Marcus. Interestingly, Marcus is under other. He was the Prince of Prague, the prince who got killed. And I guess that's why the developers didn't categorize him under allies, because we officially never even meet him or actually see him. So this is maybe the only depiction of him. So these were the characters. So let's start another game, and then we'll go back and check the collectibles. It's rather interesting that there are still players around here. I never had a lobby that was entirely empty, even though there are a number of players who are, I guess just being AFK or farming something. I'm not necessarily sure what. If we could look inside the burning church, we might be able to see what remains of him. That's true. That's true. If I'm not mistaken, there was a storyline quest where a rumor started that he survived. And so we had to go out and make sure, and it turned out it was false, and then we got the new prince. But again, as far as I know, at least 3 or 4 seasons happened, and that's how the story progressed. But because I started playing afterwards, it all kind of just blurs together. But that's how I remember that there was indeed a short storyline with that idea, which makes sense because the entire kindred society in Prague, under Camarilla, of course, lives within the power, or under the power of the prince. So when he died suddenly, they were quite lost, and so they gathered in the Elysium and they had to figure out what to do now. But thank you for all the information. I absolutely love learning about this game. Unfortunately, I wasn't here when it was active, but I tried to play through all the quests and get as many of the collectibles as I can, so I can read them later on. But since it was announced that the servers will be shutting down, I decided to go all out on doing challenges and trying to get all the trophies, so I can get the platinum trophy and possibly record everything that I managed to collect and show it all for my streams, so others as well as me can take a look at it later on and have the time to read all of the notes and such. No one heard that. We had early access. You! Come on! Can't I enjoy my meal in peace? We had early access season 1, and that was it in terms of lore. Oh, that's quite sad, honestly. I heard that the developers didn't handle the game correctly and that it didn't live up to the expectations in many ways, but I think it still proves that it wasn't a bad game, that there are players even now, some 2 or 3 years after the development ended, playing this game every single day and watching the streams for the Twitch drops and such. And I am quite sad that that they decided to shut down the servers, but I understand that up to a point, if it's not making enough money to even cover the costs of the servers, then they won't leave it going to waste their money. Oh, come on, you died just before I could get to you. If you missed some of the quest text, there is a wiki where a member of the community wrote everything. I did check that wiki because I wanted to know if I was able to play all of the quests, but as it turns out, there were time limited quests and some were parts of events, so I cannot play those. And also I did get stuck a few times when a quest called for completion of another quest, and I couldn't figure out how to get that, and as it turned out I just missed talking to a character. A community manager confirmed there was always interest in the game and it still got many new players every week, but people eventually leave because of the lack of content. Yes, that makes sense. In many ways I think they solved issues of the battle royale style or format that even big and successful AAA games couldn't. For example, they made the story much more interesting. As I mentioned, they made sure to explain everything within the world of the game. They made the quests work in a way that it's not annoying to do them, because you get your briefing, you get the explanation in the lobby in a safe place, and then you go out, play a game, do your mission, which doesn't distract from the actual combat, and then you go back out, and then you go back to Elysium and get the next bit of text. Whereas in other games you have to actually talk to NPCs during matches, and it's extremely annoying to get killed again and again by random players going around because you are trying to have a conversation with an NPC and actually read the text. But here they... Ow! I wanted to slide. But here they rather nicely fix that problem, and I like the mechanics, even though it is a battle royale and so you are always starting with nothing. You can kind of create a build with the different archetypes, with the archetype perks, know what blood resonances you want to gather, what kind of weapons you look out for. I really like how they made 2 different kinds of collectibles with the octahedrons. One where you just kind of find them around loot, and one where you have a hint, and so you look around on the map and try to find those. But again, it's only as complicated as go to that place, find the object and pick it up. So it's nothing more complicated, because again, many times in other games when I try to do something, I get murdered by other players, or I don't get to that place in time because the map shrinks or something happens. And in this game what I noticed is most of the challenges you can do in a way that the other players don't become annoying. There are a few where it's a bit tricky, but those are mostly quests, or not even quests, those are challenges that are more difficult. And so if you are really trying to do something like I did just earlier with the crowbar, downing 10 enemies, that is up to luck and a random chance to a certain degree, because you need to find a crowbar and you might not find one. And then you have to find enemies and you have to be able to defeat them and not get shot in the back. But that's more about skill and luck coming together. But for the main gameplay of the game, the storyline, the collectibles, it's not extremely annoying. And as much as I've seen the company communicate with the player base after the development ended, I do like that they were informative and they were honest in many ways, such as the update, the community update that added this pass, and they added the infinite tokens, how they kept the store up. They introduced the community vote to make the game just a bit more interesting. How the Twitch drops are still going after so many years, and how they still have some form of community support, because I did have some problem with one of the Twitch drops, and I reached out to them and they were really nice and they explained what I messed up and how to get it fixed. So it's all these little things, like even how they announced that the servers will be shutting down, they gave some time in advance for trophy hunters to get the missing trophies, for new players to maybe try out the game, for players who've been here for years maybe to just have some time to make some last memories. And I appreciate it. It wasn't like, oh no, we will be shutting down the servers and you know what, we won't even announce it like some companies do. And they even turned the microtransaction part off, which is, again, they didn't need to do it. Some people might have purchased them even though the game is ending, maybe because they didn't know or because they don't care. But it is just a gesture that they said, yes, this is the end, we are not making any more money out of this. Or maybe they were trying to not get sued by some customers who felt cheated. But still, I like that there was some sort of communication. It's been a hilarious fact in the community. Most of the people who like Bloodhunt really dislike Battle Royales. That's interesting, and I can see why, because Bloodhunt is a Battle Royale, but it's kind of different. I did play a few Battle Royale games, so I can't say that I only played this one, but I can see that in many ways where other Battle Royale games fail, this one fixed some of those issues. Obviously microtransactions are here and many people don't like those, but here I feel like it's really mostly about the customization, about appearance, and nothing really changes. So you won't get a bigger or a smaller character because you buy an outfit. There are some people I noticed who are in all black outfits and black face paint and everything, so it's much difficult to find them and shoot them. But I guess that's kind of part of the so-called meta. Yep, the quests don't distract much from the gameplay. Yes, and I absolutely love that. I know from the CMs that the Twitch drops were still a massive amount of engagement to get more players. So they kept them up since August 2022. Oh! Actually, when I saw the Twitch drops, when I started streaming, and I always try to get them. And it was interesting that not many people stream this game, but there was almost always someone online. Whenever I was like, I have an hour to watch a stream, and I think for the Twitch drops you have to watch 4 hours, like every month or so. I always found someone to watch, and there are still people who want the Twitch drops, even though, like, what's the point? That the game is ending. But it's just a nice idea, and sometimes I notice that there are some items that repeat, but there were also some codes, promotion codes for like New Year or Halloween that I noticed. So they really did all of these marketing things that the other companies do, and I don't know why this one didn't work out. It's not about not caring, it's just an unfortunate series of events tied to financial reasons and a bad decision to force the launch before the game was ready. Again, I don't really know what happened to the game before development ended, because it's rather difficult to find any information about it. I know that it was an early access game, and that kind of makes it even more strange that the game was rushed, because it was already out and they had feedback from the players saying if something is done or not. But after that, when it got published on PlayStation and also on Steam as a full release, I know it had a kind of deluxe edition with extra items and such, but even that was so long ago and it was removed afterwards that when I wanted to look it up, all I could find was one promotional image on PlayStation blog, and I had to dig up the price through third-party websites that track PlayStation Store prices. So for me, it's rather difficult to put together the picture of what exactly happened, because as much as there is a wiki and that, or a fandom page, I'm not sure which one, as much as there is one, it mostly talks about the quests and the conversations, which is nice. But I don't really know what kind of items were in the game. I don't know how many season passes there were. I'm assuming at least one, because the PlayStation blog post mentions that the paid version of the game had 1000 tokens that you could spend on the season pass. So I'm assuming the season pass was 1000 tokens. But again, this is me speculating. I don't really know what items people got from the Twitch drops that I missed, how many promotions there were. I saw a few, like a first anniversary, a second anniversary pack or code. But I don't really know what happened with the game. Again, I wasn't around, but I really appreciate, and this is my honest opinion, and not because I know the company or the developers, because I have no clue who created this game. But I really appreciate that even when they pulled the plug on the game, they kept it functional. I played it for some time now. I never ran into some crazy bugs. There was only one time when I fell through the ground, and I got 2 challenges for traveling 5 and 8,000 meters, so thank you for the bug, because otherwise I have no idea how to travel so much in one match. But I never had problems with servers not working for longer periods of times. It's still functional, and it looks great. One of the things that I am so sad about is that the map will be lost. I am really hoping that somehow the company would be able to reuse this map, because it's absolutely beautiful. That bundle was out for 1.5 years on the PS Store. Yes, unfortunately, before I started it. I'll leave you to it. Have to get back to work. Happy hunting. Thank you so much, Gallior. And thank you for all the useful information. I always love learning about this game. As much as I missed so much of it, it's always a treat to find people who were around for longer and who can talk about all the things that happened. And actually, one of the lovely details I will show, the Twitch drops, the last Twitch drop, which is for this month, includes an emoticon, and I will try to find it. I think this is the one. Yes, I do believe this is the one. I'm not sure if this is a coincidence or someone was a bit sentimental about this, but that emoticon is right here. It's called Hug Plushie, and as you can see, it's a little shark plushie that our character hugs, and possibly the only time when you see a Brujah character smile. But why this plushie is rather unique is because it's a shark, and you might remember that the company behind this game is called Shark Mob, and I think that's also why there is a shark in the waters, and there is even a loading scene text talking about how the mob lurks under the waves. So I find it so nice that it's kind of a farewell, and I guess this was a kind of special emoticon, maybe when the game started, maybe something for the developers or the founders pack, I'm not sure, but I found it absolutely adorable. Now tell me, please, is that adhesive tape or how is that staying on like that? Like physics. Like what if something snaps there? I mean, this is an 18+ game, but okay, let's see if I can pull this off. Do I have this emoticon even? I don't know if I have this emoticon. Wait a moment, I have to check. I never changed my emoticons. Which one is this? I think this, Victorious. Oh yes, this is the one. Where should we put this? Let's put it here with Celebrate. Yep. Okay, I guess... Oh, come on! You people. And I guess now we wait on the chandelier to fall on top of us. Now I mentioned this, how it's always fascinating to me how in games with limited ways of communication people come up with these cryptic ways of messaging each other through emoticons or emotes or sprays or whatever, and it's rather fun. Okay, we need a fort. We need a fort. Come on. Also, I'm slightly off center. Let's fix that. I'm off center in the other way. That's fine. You see, this is a true sense of community. When three idiots from around the world stand in the same lobby staring at the fucking ceiling, that's a true sense of community. And I love it. And I also love how Custis is just looking from the side like, what are these morons doing now? Oh, thank you, Schmoozer, for the 100 bits. What did I do for such a nice gift? Oh, thank you for the hug. And now I turn into red mist, just like the person before me. But someone will take my place. I guess. You don't have to do something to receive gifts. Fair enough, even though in this world, in this day and age, there are not many kind hearts. But I do like your little peeking in. And hey, that's 100 bits I can spend on possibly the game after this one. But for this month we are stuck in this game because, as I said, we only have 20 days left to play it, and so I want to show as much of it off as possible. Now let's get some armor on. Now at first, yes, I did this, exactly this. It's kind of muscle memory for me to just right away try to equip armor, but I have a perk that that lets me start the match with armor on. Now I was super quiet here. I mean, he shot, but that's on him. Fucking hell. I'm stuck! Don't shoot my butt! Ow! Leave my butt alone! My poor buttocks. No, 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 no. Oh, goodness, this is a dead end. Not good. Ow, ow, I'm still alive? Oh, come on, it was like 1 second. Thank you for the lurk. Mysterious figure. Yes, indeed, I made my lurk and my follow notifications anonymous, so if you don't want your name to be featured, it will not be. Sorry, I don't have the time for this. But I do need this weapon. Right now. Now why I want this sniper rifle is because there is a challenge that I wanted to show you how I would try to do it. Would it work? With a lot of luck. But what it is killing 5 players without taking damage. Now, as I figured, the first one is kind of for free. You can get hurt before you really start the challenge and eliminate the first player. From there on, however, you have to be super careful. And that's why my idea is to have the sniper rifle and shoot from so far away that the bots cannot get me. Does this work? Sometimes. Yesterday I managed to get to 3 eliminations without getting hit, but this greatly depends on how you position yourself, how lucky you are. You definitely need to find a sniper rifle rather early on. And if you run into a player, you are probably screwed. Because they will more likely than not be able to at least hit you once. As you can see, I'm just kind of looking for someone. And what I figured out is it's better to stay close to the edges of the map, because otherwise you can be attacked from all sides. But definitely it is a really, really dangerous thing to do, as they are already shooting at me because I got too close. Now if you're lucky, you will get 2 enemies. To shoot at once. Even though it's really difficult to hit someone from this distance, especially when they are jumping around. They do have, the bots I mean, they do have one rather nice trait, and that is they love to heal right after they get hit. So if... Oops. Oh, no. I was a bit too long there. Ow! And this is how you mess it up. Again, you just get hit and you're down for. And the count restarts. And the problem is, obviously, the number of players go down. And this is not a bot. Yes. And it gets more and more difficult to actually get kills with a sniper rifle because there are fewer enemy players and also the map gets smaller and smaller. But this is my only kind of idea for how it could be possible to do this challenge in a way that is not requiring some insane amounts of skill. It still requires a lot of luck. So take that how you wish. Now what I'm curious about, how many matches have we played today? I don't think we will be able to hit 100 today. Only 4, yes. I don't think we will. But hey, look at the journal. We looked at the characters, now look at the collectibles. So there are 2 types of collectibles. 2 plus 1. But let's start with the most interesting for me, the intel. So these are octahedrons. I showed you those, but let's look at them again. So an octahedron looks like this. It's a lovely little decorated puzzle box. And you can find them scattered around on the map. Now, there are 2 types of octahedrons. One is connected to specific locations. What that means is, for example, here, knock knock, we have 5 parts. And how they work is you get a hint at where the first one is. You go there, you look for it, you find it, and you unlock part 1. And then when you return here, you will get a new hint at where part 2 is. And you follow these clues and find them all. Now these ones, these octahedrons, always appear in the same location, and as far as I know, they can be picked up by multiple players in one game. I'm not necessarily sure if that is true, but that is what I came to understand based on the information I found on the internet. So, if you go to this location and someone else goes there as well, you can both pick it up for yourselves. And once you pick it up, it disappears for you in that match and in all the future matches as well, since you collected it. Now, it begs the question, are all the octahedrons present on the map from the get-go? Meaning, do you have the octahedrons of part 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 on the map? This is only my logic, so it would need confirmation, but my guess is no. You only have the next one appear for you specifically. For someone else, if they already collected, let's say, 3 of them, the 4th one will be appearing. So it's a rather interesting system, and this is again what I talked about, how collecting these doesn't ruin the gameplay itself, because you're only looking for an item. You don't have to do anything specific. You can still fight your way around. You can still do whatever you want. If you care to find these kind of collectibles, you have a hint, you go there, you look around, and maybe you find it. Now, how the hint looks like is like this. So look for an octahedron west of the skybar. By demolition. Near the library. So these are logged because I didn't even find the first octahedron. I only found the ones for knock knock. No, the stories are rather similar. They are tales of different characters, and they give you a similar hint. Look for an octahedron by the skybar. So here you can see there are 5 parts to this story. It says 3 out of 5 unlocked on the top, and for part 4 we have to look for one. This one I completed. This one I haven't even found the first one. Here we have all. Here I have all. Here I have none of them. No, the descriptions of the octahedron's locations can be tricky, because, for example, here it says west of the skybar. But how far away? By demolition. So it's like near it or next to it. This one actually says near the library, so I guess not in the library. This one says by the skybar again. This is at Prince's Haven. So is that like in the building or around it, on it? That's something you have to figure out yourself. So in this game, let's go for hunting. For hunting these collectibles. And that's, again, I like secrets, I like hunting for collectibles, but there is a difference between a developer saying that they hid hundreds of items all over the place and there's nothing to go off of, and just roam around and you will find them, and you spend dozens of hours in the game, and at the end you're maybe missing 1 or 2, and you have nothing to go off of when it comes to which ones are missing or where could they be. And that's why in many cases what I do with collectibles, I try to remember where they were. That's actually why I find it rather nice when the game includes a map of found collectibles, so I can look at their locations and figure out where the ones I missed could be based on empty areas on the map. And as I said, there is a big difference between the developer just saying go and look for them, or actually including this hunt for collectibles either in the story in some way or giving some rather clever clues. In this game, it's just a loose description of the location. But that's enough to eliminate most of the roaming around, and it allows the player to focus on the area where they actually should be looking. Now, one other example that I remember is actually an Assassin's Creed game, which is rather funny because I'm not too fond. I'm not too fond of Assassin's Creed games, but I do appreciate their good ideas and qualities. And if I'm not mistaken, in Syndicate, which was the 4th Assassin's Creed game taking place in London, they had collectibles where you had to find them based on an image, kind of like a photo taken from the location of the item. And so you looked at that photo and you were trying to find something unique. Maybe there was a tower in the distance, or a long street, or a strange colored building, or, if you were really lucky, a bridge. And so as you explored the map, you were looking for those landmarks. You were thinking about, okay, I found the tower, and wherever this item is, you can see the tower from. But where could it be? In which direction? And you started looking around, and I find that really interesting. Because maybe you wasted 10, 20 minutes just looking for a random box. But you were trying to figure out a riddle. It wasn't just looking for a needle in a haystack. It was a puzzle that you were trying to solve. And this is a bit like that, as much as it is rather simple, as I said, but I really like how they made it more interesting by giving you the general location. Internet, what are you doing? Internet. That's the router. These plastic cheap things. What was I saying? Oh yes, let's go for a hunt. Oh, wait, I have to look for the locations. So, what do we have? We have west of Skybar. Okay. By demolition. What does by mean? I did look for some of these before and didn't find it. Or them. Near library. By Skybar. Okay, we have 2 near Skybar, so we might need to go there. Prince's Haven at. Okay. We have this. By the parking garage. Okay. Yes, I am indeed writing them on paper. I am old school. almost as old school as a vampire. Or maybe even more if we look at Omnis. Well, that was quick. Okay, we have to go to Sky Bar. And apparently there is one octahedron by Sky Bar and one west of Sky Bar. So let's hope we will find at least one. Also, have I mentioned how much I like some of the soundtracks of this game? Oh, there we are, Sky Bar. No, Sky Bar, I do believe, is a bar or restaurant atop a tall building, so it has no indoors area like the art gallery or the library. So it's a good question where we should be looking for this item, but actually let's start on the building itself. Oh, a knife. Well, you brought a knife to a gunfight and well, it ended badly for you. Oh great, they are already making a ruckus. Though I think they is actually the entity. Now here we are. I think this is the Sky Bar. Or Tribune Bar, apparently. Let's look around here. And I don't think it will be actually here. What am I looking at? Whatever it is, I feel like I get demonetized for it. But this one I can get behind. And again, this is, I think, actually 3 different parts of the same book cover, Camarilla. And this is probably, again, the same image cut up into pieces. Rather nice image. Oh, this is it. And this one. I'm not sure where this one is from actually, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was another Vampire the Masquerade book cover. Oh, what's that? I think fish? Maybe sushi? As far as I know, the elevators are not working here. I wouldn't be surprised if this place was frequented by Toreador Kindred, because it fits the vibe. But let's go and let's try to take a look around. Or not. Oh, come on. I just started my hunt and I'm already getting screwed by the gas. Oh, ow. Have I mentioned how much I love these guys? I mean, they can't aim for shit sometimes, but I softened them up. Don't worry. Okay, so apparently we cannot go to the sky bar because, yeah. Great. Library. Can we go to the... No, we can't go to the library. Princess Haven? Okay, we can go to the Princess Haven, I guess. Why is it that whenever I plan to do something, I get screwed by random chance? There is a parking garage somewhere. Burning Church, Library, Harbor, Soterhouse, Antenna, Rooftop, Memorial Park, Art Gallery, Abandoned Mall, Helipad, University Garden. Where is that? I'm looking at my map. Wow, I got 50 health left. If I were to step out of that bind, I would have gotten killed because that exactly deals 50 health damage. Well, I guess we can't really go anywhere. I mean, the Princess Haven is the only place remaining. But there's a slight problem. That is a high tier loot area now. You dropped your umbrella. You know, don't mind. Oh, come on. I just try to survive here, do my little treasure hunt, but everyone wants my head. I'm so darn popular these days. Ooh, sail. Yes, good job. Kill each other, not me. I should get some resonant blood to help with the cooldown of my abilities, but no time. That's a plant. That's not what I needed. Okay, so it says at. So let's look around it, like right next to the building. What we are looking for is an octahedron. Don't mind me. Jewelry store. And these octahedrons are slightly special in the way that they appear with a rising smoke effect in our heightened senses vision. I hope I will be able to show you that. But again, the red gas is screwing me over. I do have a key? I thought I didn't. Crossbow, okay. You can see blood was spilled here. And someone was murdered here as well. Where could it be? Where could it be? That's not it. Didn't I start here? I think I did start here, so it's not right next to the building. It could be, obviously, on the building. Or on this building, actually. I'm not sure which one is the haven itself. Could you let me alone? I'm trying to look for a collectible. Of course. Of course I have to run into someone. Ow! Let's look around here. Well, some games don't go as planned. Some games go in an even better way than expected. I had games when I found multiple octahedrons, and in some you don't even have the luck to get one. But that's just how it is. Let's try another game and maybe
Back.
find something.
Come over here.
Let's try to talk to our lovely peers. Maybe they have something to share with us.
Proceed. Just one moment.
Nothing.
Yes?
Sorry. Running out of time here. Kirill, anything other than shotgun?
Ah, a shotgun.
Oh, fucking. This guy and his obsession with shotguns. Not sure what it is, but still missing some descriptions. For example, of the double-barrel shotgun. So it would be lovely if I could get those instead of the same old repeated line. Bruja excel at close range. Yeah. Okay, let's go back to the sky bar. Let's look around. No, there are 2 entity checkpoints here, which makes our life a bit more difficult, but that's fine. We checked the top of the building itself. So now let's look at the surrounding streets. Because it says by and not at, my guess is that it won't be right next to it, but in the vicinity. That's good. That's lag. Okay, so the sky bar is actually here. This is the building. Oh. So it could be here. It's not. Not here. I don't think it would be in the bushes because it would be pretty much impossible to notice it. We do have this area in front of it with this entire square. Ooh, I killed it right away. Oh, you. Give me your blood. As an apology for breaking my armor. Ah, really? Shit. Oh, that will not work. I am probably screwed here. Let's get our health back. And let's check what's here. Oh ho 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 ho. Almost. Well, they picked up that gun right away. But yeah, that happens if your focus and goal is looking for a collectible, you don't really care about fighting. And that's rather apparent. Thank you for my gun back. Where was I? I do remember looking through this square before. So let's look at this side of things. Maybe next to this building? Oh, there's something there. There is an octahedron there. I don't think this is the one, because this is in a loot circle, you can see, and it doesn't have that smoke rising from it. It does say collectible found octahedron, but this is a different kind. We will talk about this later on, but for now, let's look around here. Maybe out here. I mean, this is by the sky bar. Kinda. This entire place. Where did that go? Come back here, you coward. I don't know, I didn't hit that civilian. This is for trying to blind me, you. You know what? No. I will just cut you. Yeah. This is actually by the helipad a bit, but I mean, this place is closer to the sky. But fucking hell! Ow! What's the problem with cars, huh? Oh, you have the katana. Not enough. And no, you are not dashing anywhere. Now, can I have a moment of peace to look around? So this is what I meant by some slight annoyances presenting themselves while you are looking around, because even though I am trying to just scout this place and not really get into any fights, I am getting shot at constantly. I guess I'm just a really, really nice target. I don't see anything here. Oh, what's this place? Is this part of the sky bar? One aspect that I like when it comes to these collectibles is you get to explore all of these hidden areas, because normally you might not visit every little rooftop here, but now you have a reason, and there's so many nice little details you can find. Oh, there it is. So you can see this big smoke rising from it. Let me wait. So there's this column of smoke that you can also see without the heightened senses, but with those you can even notice it through walls, through a certain distance. And if you pick it up, it says collectible found discovered, and then it says the name of the story or intel that it is a part of. So unlike the other kind of collectible octahedrons, where it just says collectible found, here you get the exact piece and its name. And that is important because with the other kind you get a random one. But here, this is in a predetermined location, and it's a specific collectible for a specific bit of lore. Now the other one said west of Skybar, but I don't think we will get to look for that. And actually, I don't really think we will look for anything else, because we spent so much time looking for this that not only a good majority of the players are dead, but barely anything is left of the map. So you can see when you are focusing on collectibles, it's easy to get lost in the game and lose your sense of time. And I think that's a nice thing, that you get to explore this lovely and detailed map. And as I always say, I like trophies that highlight parts of the game that you might miss otherwise. And this is exactly that. It brings you to locations that you might have missed, because normally you are either running on the streets or you are jumping from rooftop to rooftop. Maybe you go to the specific locations for loot, but you won't look at things from that that specific area with such thoroughness. And I have no clue where the enemy is, and also I have no clue why the game is lagging this bad. It's actually not the game, it's obviously the connection, but funny enough, my connection with Twitch is just fine. So who knows what is happening? Oh, you were the invisible one, weren't you? Well, not anymore. I mean, you are invisible to a certain degree. You are a pile of dust. What's that? Oh! I don't mind if I do. Hand of Glory. That allows us to become partially invisible. It's a bit like the Nosferatu's ability, but it works with any clan. And it's a rather rare item, a legendary one. As you can see, it is golden in coloration. Now, what do we have? We have everything. Free of everything? Really? We are good. Uh-oh. What were you planning on doing, huh? You were planning something nasty, weren't you? Oh! Disappear, disappear, disappear! I can reload while being invisible. I can also jump around. I can do pretty much anything. I can also climb. And apparently this rooftop is the end game. Which is rather fun. Respawns disabled. Time to get murdered! Now there we have our enemy. You know I'm here? Oh, that's a nasty weapon. What happened with my ability? Oh, this lag is bad. I was pressing the button, but nothing happened. So yes, with this kind of lag, things get difficult. That's fine, we got our collectible. And we got 200 XP for said collectible. And I also got a boop! From Purist. Thanks, I guess. How much XP do I get for a boop? Level 51! Okay, that's enough booping, okay? Just, you know, moderation is key. It's some might say there's no such thing as too much booping, but you know, you don't want to overdo it. Zero XP. That's not a lot. I mean, at least it's not that's negative XP, right? No. True, indeed. I am actually playing another multiplayer game on PlayStation 5. And it has a rather interesting bug in it where to unlock certain items you have to reach a certain level, and it displays how much experience points you need to gather to reach that level. And for some odd reason, it gets confused and it tells you minus amounts. So I have to collect 10,000 XP, but it says minus 10,000 XP. And I don't necessarily understand what is going on there. So there is such thing as minus XP. Oh, and thank you for the hydrate. Now we have time for one more match. But first let's look at the collectible we found. You can see the little red dot. Let me close this so you can see it better with the stories. And then it says "This sold child of mine." And it shows that we got part 4. And part 5 is by the shopping arcade. So I can cross this out by the sky bar. And it says by the shopping arcade. Now these take quite a while, but I do like looking for them. So I will probably do that during my off-stream grinding for levels and such, and trophies. But let's look at what we have to do for challenges. Feed on resonant blood and survive blood hunts in a single session 2. Repeat offender. Okay, let's try that. But also we can go to the shopping arcade and try to find the last octahedron of this story, so I can show you what it unlocks. I did spend quite a lot of time around the shopping arcade and in the shopping arcade, because there was another collectible there, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm curious where this one will be. But in the meantime, let's talk to some of the characters, or not. The game just went, no, you're not waiting. Let's see. Minigun. Yes, it says can be found at entity checkpoints. So I think that's kind of exclusive to those places. Now by the shopping arcade. Now this was by the Sky Bar, but it was actually on the same building as the Sky Bar. So good question. Good question. Actually, let's go here because I want to go to that pharmacy. I need to pick up some blood. Now, let's get rough. Or try to. Now this is technically by the shopping arcade, but first I want to check inside. Stop that this instant. I need a weapon. Can I get a weapon? Mother! I thought that was the enemy. Where's the enemy? That was a miss. As you might have noticed, this gun is not particularly accurate at long ranges, but we found the octahedron. So let's pick it up. Collectible found. Discovered child. Disowned child of mine. Part 5. Okay, that doesn't say discovered, it says disowned. My bad. It says its name. So we will be able to see what we unlock with that. I'm rather happy about that. But let's go to that pharmacy because I have to pick up my monthly blood bag order. Apparently I'm full with blood bags, but hey, I can still pick up syringes. No. We're full. Okay. Now there's also another store here that I want to show you. There are multiple across the map. Robbery. Break into 2 stores. And here you have all kinds of weapons. I'm not sure what these stores are called, to be perfectly honest. I know there are 3 types of stores. We have the pharmacies where you get the healing items. You have some where you find ranged weapons and some where you can find melee weapons, and one of them is called the antique store, I think. I'm not sure about the other one. I have to look at their description in the game. I honestly thought they would be here, because this is a rather good spot to hide something. It's one of the only ways in from the side, but I guess that would have made the collectible too obvious. Thanks to lovely game. Back to... what does it say? Back for another bite. Oh, I see. And I guess it lists some of the developers. Another great idea. I always like to see developers being mentioned, and all the made up companies and brands. Urban Kitchen. It's a nice thing. So we have this. No, this collectible kind of proves to me that these octahedrons indeed only appear once you have the ones before it in the story, because I was walking around here quite a lot, and I cannot believe that I missed this one. This was a rather obvious spot in my opinion, so I really feel like that for all of them you have the first one on the map at all times, and if you find that, then that disappears and the second one will take its place somewhere else, which makes sense, and it's a lovely idea. And as I said, I think that if someone else is playing this exact game and they are missing this octahedron, and this is the next one for them, then they will be able to pick it up just like I did. So even though it disappeared for me, it didn't disappear altogether. I think it works on a individual basis, whereas the other kinds of, or other kind of octahedron, only one person can pick up in one game. But we will talk about that more later on. Those are also randomized. MW, Mark Watson clothing system. Clothing system. Okay. Now, even though I am playing as a Bruja, I am not really going in for close quarter fights, mostly because this ability is better at keeping enemies at a distance. And also it works as a shield against bullets. So yes, I could technically run up on enemies and kind of follow the shockwave barrier, but it also hits them back. And I would be wasting time running instead of making the most of my chance to shoot at the enemy. Oh. Why do I think that you are coming up here? Not a big fan of that. How are you standing there? Oh, there's someone else there. Uh-oh. Careful. Let's go into this disco. Let's try to hide for a moment. You know, one of the best ways to hide is to hide in a plain sight. My bad. So let's try to make it look like we are a DJ here. No, I don't want to wave. I think my touchpad is broken. No, here we go. Okay. We are properly hiding here. Shit, the gas is coming in. Ow. 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 I do believe that the red gas starts dealing more damage with time, as in later on in the game, but I don't think it is actually anywhere displayed what kind of damage it deals at a certain point in the game. Of course, you can test it out and maybe note it down for yourself that in the first wave it deals this much damage and then goes up to this level, but ow! I can never understand how people manage to catch up to me even when I use this ability and go much farther than a normal player in the same time can. But then again, people figured out some insane ways to traverse the terrain quickly. I don't have armor. Ah, come the fuck on! I understand that there are some really good players in this game, definitely, but I will never understand why they are so obsessed with killing me. There are still players around. I'm stuck on this torn staircase. Just go for them, okay? Just try to murder them. Don't worry. Why am I not fucking surprised? I'm not here. I disappeared into thin air. Leave me alone. I can't be here. You know what? I can't really be here for too long. But I can definitely be here for a bit longer. Ha ha! Look at those mad skills. We are watching you. Oh, great. That's good. That's a good sign. Yeah, you are down there like little ants, and I am up here like a... Oh, for fuck's sake! Almost got them. And they are still after me. I mean, there are 3 other players. And they are like, no. No, I want that one. Am I screwed? Yeah. Most likely. I mean, I did hit them for 160 damage, so that's not bad. Yeah, kill each other! Wonderful, finally I can have a moment. Ooh, that's an interesting symbol. And indeed there are some graffiti that you can only see with heightened senses. Nice little touch, even though I never figured out their meaning. Yeah, someone just died randomly. Fuck yeah. Look, I'm lagging just a tad bit, okay? So give me a moment. Yeah, that was probably the second last person. Wait, a bot killed an actual player? Which sure looked like that based on the names. You know what? I will just strategically stay here for the time being. I mean, there are many layers here to this building, so it's better to stay safe than sorry. I don't think someone would appear from behind me, even though it is possible. I mean, we do have the red gas neutralizers. Someone is nearby. I can hear them. Oh, I have 2 different notifications in the top right corner telling me my connection is shit. I never understood why in these games you have one for yellow and one for red and you can get both of them at the same time. It kinda makes no sense. Yes, I'm here. You're a genius. Oh, you fucking... Yeah, I'm not going out of this alive. Yeah, that was not a bot. That was not a bot. That was the same maniac that followed me. Well, no surprise. But we did get the last collectible. I mean, it's kind of nice to have such dedicated followers as someone like this, you know, following me to the end of the earth.
Good evening to you.
And I was the last, so I kind of survived as long as one could. And there it is, Story Collector, Disowned Child O' Mine. Reminds me of the old Guns N' Roses song. Not sure why that's in the middle, maybe because I completed one challenge before and one after. Did I even complete 2 challenges? I think I only did one. Yes, I didn't do this one. Oh, now I understand. That's a bug. Sometimes the game tells you got something twice when it comes to XP rewards. I'm not sure why. So let's look at this. It should be here. And here it is. Collect all collectibles for Disowned Child O' Mine. So you get this little icon. You also can get a banner. That's for all the collectibles for Rise and Shine. I guess they were added at the same time. You also have these ones. for different collectibles, and this one. So we have plenty of collecting to do, but for the time being, I guess we did rather good. As much as there was a bit of lag here and there, I hope that I was able to
Extraordinary.
to show you what this clan, and more specifically this archetype, is about, its powers, and you enjoyed this showcase. We also got praised by Custis for our exceptional performance, being second, and I think when I won a game, we were greeted by the line, "A victor walks among us." So indeed we
How do
have
you do?
little custom lines based on our performance. I did not want to start a new game! Why did I press that? I guess we have to play another game now. Okay. That's about my outro, I guess. It's fine. The game decided. The game decided it wants another match. And who am I to say no? I mean the streamer, but yeah, the game is not too interested in that. Oh, loot royale and win this. This will be a quick and crazy match. Let's go to the railway station. I do like that place because it's mostly empty. As you can see, no one goes to the railway station except me. So let's go and let's get down and dirty. This time, no strategy, just blood first. Okay, what do we have here? Oh, shotgun. Double pistol, not my favorite, but let's try it out, why not? But it says high tier loot, and I mean there are some rare items here, but I would need something a bit more. I don't have a key. I need a key. Where's the key? Oh, that's good gun, thank you. Whoops! Ouch. There's the key. Not too far. But the gas is already rolling in, so we have to be quick here. Come on, what do I get? Oh ho ho, double barrel shotgun, even better. Okay, we have our armor up by default. Let's pick up whatever ammo that was. I have no clue. Let's get a taste of you. Mmm, delicious. Actually, let's get a taste of a few individuals around here. Oh, you are a player. I totally thought that was an NPC. I have to admit. They looked so much like the random NPCs walking around here. And I almost got murdered there for this mistake. Silly, silly me. Oh, I hate this immunity bullshit. Hey, not inside the store. Got an kind of an overkill, don't you think? Destroying the furniture. So this, I think this is indeed the antique store, and here you can find all kinds of melee weapons. There are bigger ones, there are smaller ones, but they can be rather useful. And they have a bluish smoke appearing before their storefront, mostly in heightened senses view. Apparently not with this one. Come back here. The one thing that I completely forgot to look at is actually how we feed. As I talked about it before, every archetype has a different animation. When it comes to feeding, how did I miss all of that? And that really nicely shows their personalities. So here it's just grabbing someone by the neck and pulling them towards us so we can take a bite and drain them, well, of some of their blood. Haha! So it shows again the Bruja's more aggressive nature. Let's try to find another individual to drain. I see you there. I just hope I can also kill you there. Were they really looking this way? Did you notice me? My kill. Okay, the other one can be yours. Hey! This is not a climbing race. Get off of me. And this is my showcase of how not to die with a crazy amount of ping. It's not working as well as I anticipated. Ow! I don't even know what happened there. Were you even shooting at me or someone else and the stray bullet just cut me in the head? Okay, apparently it didn't miss me. Boomstick Enjoyer. That's a name. Well, I guess time to look for some potent blood. Or get murdered. Or both. Of course, as is with every online game, if your connection is struggling, your game experience will be affected. There's no surprise about that. Oh, I already have a key. And I am invisible! Ah, but how the fuck did you... Oh, that was a mistake. Now, one thing when it comes to the red gas is the fact that it can hurt a lot, and even though this leap we have as an ability is rather useful to quickly traverse the map, its one drawback is the fact that you cannot change your direction in midair. Meaning, if you make the silly mistake of jumping towards the gas or an enemy, then you cannot save that move. You will have to go through with it, whether you like it or not. I'm not sure if someone got them or not. The fog was rather close. Uh-oh. Alright, let's get our health back. I didn't get an elimination, so I guess they got up, but there was such a huge fight. I did not want to go out of my way. I hate it when it does that. Not a bad hiding spot, but not the best. Was this an NPC or not? I do not know, but hey, we got a win. That's pretty cool. And with that, we can end this stream on a rather high note. And I can also show you the line Custis says, if you win,
Exemplary.
a victor walks among us. But thank you for the high praise, Custis. Now, it's time to dance and look for someone to raid. So, I do hope that you enjoyed this stream and I got to show all the different aspects of this archetype. We so far looked at three clans with 5 archetypes in total, so we still have quite a lot left. We finally reached level 50 this week, so we have that trophy out of the way. I will be looking for more of the collectibles so I can show those stories and lore tidbits if someone is interested in reading them and learning more about the background of this game, which is rather interesting in my own opinion. But for this week we are done with this game. Well, on stream at least. I will have to grind my way through quite a lot. But this week there's only one stream that is left, and that will be on Friday, when we are returning to Silent Hill 2 remake. So I hope you will join me on Friday and will enjoy the continuation of our adventure in the eerie fog of the town. And who knows, maybe we will learn some unexpected things of whatever is happening in that game. I am certainly looking forward to it. I almost got through one of the puzzles last time, but we're still one step away from really solving it to the fullest and hopefully making our way out of the apartment complex we are currently stuck in. But until that, we are going to be raiding Elior. Please say hello to him. He is playing with Zeb, some scare ritual, which is a horror game, but as far as I know, it's mostly a multiplayer title, and I have to admit I don't know much about it, but I am always interested in learning about all kinds of different games, and what better way than joining a stream and watching what the game is like. So, thank you once again for joining me today. I hope that you enjoyed our little adventure here, and I will be back on Friday. Have a great day, and as always, good night.